switched it to phone email. Keep up. And then I think, I'm not sure if I switched it back to. Well, it's login. Why? I'm not sure what login. Type for hours. They don't have a hotline to call.
Deal to it, so they have to distinguish. New deal. Good thing about the
7 in the morning. Yeah.
For the voting
elections.
Oh, where's our voting in Harvard Ferry? Still? Oh, I wasn't gonna vote, but some people I hate, so I want to make sure I vote. That's all right. That's healthy. There's a bunch of them. No,
I have to go vote before I head into work.
we're here. I didn't know it was on. Yeah, I didn't say names.
We have a weekend there. Yeah.
Possibly just add it on. And I don't know. I forgot my glasses. I was going to be useless.
I forgot my glasses. I'd be in there.
We are now. I didn't go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to call the May 11, 2026 Harper Ferry Town Council to official order. Would you all rise for the pledge? Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Bessie, you were the only one that opened the email about wearing the sport coat tonight, so.
Yeah. This is a blazer, because you are wearing a sport coat.
Old school. Approval of agenda. I've got two minor changes. If you would go to 5, H is in Henry, Roman numeral 2, 5 H Henry, Roman numeral 2, where it says this item may require executive session, scratch that. Scratch this item may require executive session. And then the only other one I have is 7, B as in boy, discussion action regarding housing survey assignment to Population Growth Committee, scratch that. Any other changes on the agenda?
Is it possible for anything that does require executive?
Yeah, since it's spread out, I've been pondering about that, Chris. Why don't, as we get to them, if this council would authorize me, when we get to those agenda items that are scattered in here that may require, if when we get to that point and we feel we actually have to go, then we will at that point put them at the end, okay? And so your approval of the agenda will also approve that action. So is there a motion?
I move to accept the agenda with that flexibility.
Is there a second on the motion? Second from Jesse, I guess. Discussion on the motion. All those in favor of the motion to approve is amended. Opposed, motion carries 6-0. Kevin, do you have the public comment? Okay.
Okay, public comments. First is Zach Morse.
Good evening, council. I know you have a long agenda, so I'll keep this one quick. A lot of exciting stuff on here, but I wanted to chat briefly about 7D. I think hopefully most of us have seen there was an announcement for an RFI for a PCPU's National Park Service property in town. And I'm glad that it's on the agenda to have you all talk about it. I think it could potentially be a very exciting and helpful opportunity for the town, but it could also be something that just keep our eye on, because some of the suggested or potential uses included in the RFI are not in keeping with the land use in that area. So I'm glad that the council's in those discussions. I hope the planning commission and the public will be involved as well, and that the Park Service will keep everyone in the loop as we are keeping. But that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Kevin?
Karen Townsend.
We'll do this on the agenda later. I just signed up to be sure.
Okay.
So,
Why don't you make your 3-minute right now, Karen, okay?
So I'm Karen Townsend, resident, property owner, business owner, Harper's Ferry. This is my friend from 30 years ago, Washington Bible College, Catholic Bible Seminary. Family friends, so if you need a family statement, she can give it. Because yesterday it took her over an hour to find a parking place after church. But anyway, that's Sarah, I'm here. And I sent a letter with a motion requesting parking spaces for the properties at 175 and 179 High Street. Neither of those properties has any place to park. Behind us is other lots. We can't park on Church Street. In front of us is High Street, right? This is park at the intersection. So we have to park in the train station parking lot, which is fine when it's empty, but it's not always empty. So when we moved here in 2007 and bought the property, my family and I, there were 4 permit-only spaces across from the train car. And until the Potomac Street project, I was able to park there most of the time. So that was okay. After the Potomac Street parking project, those changed to metered spaces. And I've had a big hassle since then. I did submit this May of last year, and it was supposed to have been considered by the parking committee on May 15th, 2025, but I never heard back. So I'm here now, and I wish I had time to read the statements that my 5 employees submitted, because they're very heartfelt, they're very sincere, and we are enjoying a huge hardship because I have to pay like $30 per employee if they have to park up at the big parking lot, the visitor center. And they're tired by the time they get to work because it's been over an hour. They've been fighting traffic and looking for a place and walking up the hill from the pavilion. So I probably could and should say a lot more. My motion is on here. I can read it, but I just am asking for some help. And I realize every business owner and every resident would like private parking. I'm not asking for private, just some permits. Well, it would be designated for those 2 buildings because we are in a unique situation that I don't think anybody else is in terms of ability to park near our property. And near to me is the train station lot. So do you have any questions or comments or suggestions for us? Oh, I do have 2 private spaces from Charlotte Thompson that I rent, but I have a minimum of 5 employees plus myself, plus my family. We don't let visitors park there. We're not asking for visitors. We just want it for employees and residents. And now Kayla and her 2 children live in 179 High Street. One's a 6-year-old, and it's just really been a difficult situation for us. So again, I asked if you had questions or comments, and I started talking. Does anybody want to ask me anything? Okay.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
Kevin?
That's it.
That's it. Thank you. Mayor's announcement, I have none. Recorder, Kevin, you had a couple of things in there.
I had one thing. So Wednesday of last week, we had a meeting at the county clerk's office where I work, but I had to put in vacation time for the meeting so that I could attend. It was about the elections. The state has passed an ordinance or a law last year, and they refined it this year, that all town elections in every municipality in West Virginia now have to be held with the county elections and state elections. And so that starts in 2032, and we have to be prepared for it before then, of course. And that's what this meeting was about, was all the questions that arise toward that. And so I just wanted to let everyone know this evening that we have had a meeting about that with all the municipalities in the county. Came and met with Nikki Painter at the county offices. And pretty soon we'll have to start working on how do we address this, what ordinance changes we'll have to make. And also there will be one term of council that we're going to have to decide whether it's going to be a 1-year term or a 3-year term, because state elections are in our off years.
Right.
So
How soon do we have to decide that? I mean, we got a
we
year
have to be
before.
on before 2032. But it's best if we can get on as soon as possible.
Thank you, Kevin.
That's it.
Good report. Community announcements, Park Service, you gonna? Okay, thanks. Any community announcements from council? Chris?
Very quick, thank you to the town and all of the wonderful volunteers for the flip-flop kickoff this past month. We had a very successful time, and once again had great partners at ATC, the town of Bolivar, the city of Brunswick, River and Trail Outfitters, and sent, I believe it was about 16 flip-flop hikers off on Sunday morning after we had them filled with pancakes. So anyway, want to thank the town for its support of that event.
Okay, anyone else?
Just
Go ahead, David.
hoping all the mothers had a good Mother's Day and all those with mothers treated their mothers well yesterday.
Thank you, David. Approval of minutes, February 9, 2026.
So I'm not sure if 9th February was approved last month or not. No.
I don't know, but if it wasn't, let's approve it again then.
Move to approve the minutes of February 9th, 2026.
Second on the motion to approve, second Jesse, discussion, all those in favor of the motion, opposed, motion carries 6-0. Town council meeting minutes, March 13, 2026.
April 13th
April 13th.
or the special meeting. No, he's got
March 13.
I think that was what we approved last month.
Okay,
that was a special meeting. So we have a special meeting that's March 13th,
Oh, yeah, and the regular meeting was 13th of
13th
April.
April. Yeah.
Yeah, move to approve. Can I do this all at once?
Yes.
The minutes.
Do we have those minutes?
What's that?
Do we have those
Those
minutes?
are the ones we don't have for the special meeting, right?
Well, for the 13th April regular meeting.
I got 13 March right here. It's a special.
Special meeting.
13 March is a special meeting.
Right, but we're on A, aren't we? The regular meetings.
We did not get April.
That's all right. It's good, Kevin. But let's,
If I can make an announcement, go all the special together.
yes,
I move to approve the minutes of March 13th, March 24th, April 6th, and April 21st, and April 29th, 2026.
your second on the motion. Second, David, discussion. All those in favor of that motion, opposed, motion carries 6-0. Now, we go back to February 9. We already approved it, so we're good on the minute.
April
Good.
13th, we don't have one.
I do not.
April 13th, yeah, and I'm not sure if you took the minutes. I wasn't.
And then
Storm.
Yeah, I think it was Storm. Let's blame him. He's not here.
also the February 27th is outstanding.
Yes. Let's blame Storm on that one too.
All right.
Second.
Thank you. All right, town reports, landmarks. Wayne?
Yes. Landmark met Wednesday, April 8th, 2026. We reviewed two permit applications for new residents, and we sent our recommendations for both of those
residents immediately to OCO. We received those. And, I think permits were issued on both of those projects. From this. And we continue to work on our list of initiatives that was submitted previously. And that's what we worked on in our meeting. And Weaver Gillison House, I didn't put that on the agenda.
I did. I did, Wayne.
Okay.
I just wanted an update to know what's going on with that.
We've heard nothing since the owner's representative was in here and presented all the reports to all of you. And as far as HLC goes, we don't have any action on that project currently. I mean, it is on our list of vacant buildings in town, but we don't currently have any obligations as far as the assistance that we gave them to get our architect's report. And she pointed that out in her final report.
So I guess you're suggesting that if any member of this council would like to have a current update, it's best to contact
Jamila?
Jamila?
Yes. You could, I mean, you could ask us to do it again, but I think she was pretty clear that she was finished with the obligation of the HLC. However, you're welcome to contact her again. Yeah, you have all of her contact.
Any members of council have a question?
Yeah, so Jamila actually reached out last week to review the findings of the planning commission regarding access to the property, and I'm going to be meeting with her at a still yet undetermined time this week to see where they're at, and I'll be able to, you know, kind of sense out that situation and give you guys more.
That'll be great.
But, yeah.
Great, thank you.
But I believe she is, we're essentially, we are square with her as far as the town and HLC and stuff. So it'll be all do whatever she's asking for.
Okay, good. Thanks, Jess. Any other questions for Wayne?
Not for Wayne, but I did notice Jamila sent out a doodle poll to all of the council, and I just wanted her to understand that we can't really do that.
Yeah. So I'm here to go meet with them, and I don't know. I think I'm sufficient. You know, we could have one or two others, but I think I'm sufficient. But I think the poll was mostly about whoever it is she's bringing with her was for them to communicate their availability.
Okay. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Wayne.
The last thing I had was HLC would love to see the beautification project that's going on. I can't stay tonight until you all discuss that, but we'd like to see a written report on what's happening with that.
The hilltop beautification is the Columbia Street gate. Is that what this?
I think so.
Okay. Anything else? Thanks, Wayne. Planning Commission report, agenda item 5B1.
Actually, I wasn't expecting it, but just to follow up on what you were just talking about the Weaver Gillison House. They did reach out to planning to begin a conversation about vehicle access, but planning needs a specific proposal in order to move that forward. Like any other property in town, they want to put in a driveway. We need to see a survey. So I think that's where that sort of stalled. At this meeting, let me know. I can help work things out. For Planning Commission report, we met a couple of times since the last town council meeting. One was following a public hearing for the comprehensive plan, which was noted in the paper for 30 days ahead of time for state regulation. And the second time was to include some of the suggested edits, or all of the suggested edits from the public hearing process, which we did. Which, noting how long the agenda is, I think moves us to the next item, which is discussion action on adopting, or I guess adopting the amendments to the Harvest Comprehensive Plan. Following the public hearing, we did have and input from council. We had a number of edits, which I sent to you earlier this week, or last week. I have a full bulleted list if you want me to go through all of them. A number were from Chris Craig, so I know Mike's here. Thank you for your comments as well. We got updated numbers for the potable water at the water treatment plant. Yeah, you want me to go through it again? I don't want to take too much time.
Yeah, I don't think, unless a council member wants to go through all the edits.
They were all relatively minor. I mean, some content changes, nothing. The first draft that we got to you last month still is mostly there. There's lots of grammatical things that were corrected. We got the name of the historic park and historic town foundation corrected and consistent throughout. There was a suggested change to the future land use map, which currently, or the previous version had matched our zoning map. And a new resident pointed out that the lots that comprise Woodpecker Woods were noted as residential, which is good for the zoning map, but for the future land use, we didn't want any confusion. We changed Woodpecker Woods DNR lots from yellow to green to represent conservation. I think those are the big ones. Oh, and then Chris, your comments, we removed the references to certificates of appropriateness, put in the correct references to the code enforcement officer, and added information or language about studying renewable resources for town in the infrastructure section, and added a focus or an action item about creating a study. So hopefully that checks all the boxes.
I have one question, Zach. That section about the urban growth boundary.
Yes.
I was unclear on that. Do we have the right as a town to
do
that?
so. It's a process that it starts with the comprehensive plan and continues with the county. And just to be clear, the urban growth boundary is not the boundary of the municipality. It's a line that is filed with the county that sort of puts a flag in the sand to say where we may expand our reach in the future. For example, Charlestown and Manson have expanded their urban growth boundaries quite a bit in the last few years. Charlestown's urban growth boundary comes out close to Halltown now. So the idea being that it's a fairly high priority item for us, because if we move our suggested urban growth boundary further out towards 230, it would help us later incorporate parts of the National Park Service if we wanted to do that, and then make that all conservation land, as opposed to the risk being that if we don't do that, another municipality, Charlestown, Shepherdstown, Ransom, could extend even further and then zone it for residential use in the future. So it's a lot of deep future land use considerations for that, but nothing that would change our current municipal map.
And it's, it's based on the 10-year forecast that this document is designed around. So that's where we were thinking too. And the idea there was that we could protect everything all the way out to the far side of Schoolhouse Ridge. We would be, protecting from encroachment by Charlestown, and they are coming, And, I don't know how often you go up towards Martinsburg, but when you see the Ransom police up there towards Martinsburg,
Yeah.
this is the means
Yeah.
by which they've done that.
Yes, I've noticed that too.
I look forward to learning more about that and discussions on it. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Zach.
All right, council, I sent you all this, right? I guess, Zach, are you suggesting that May 11, 2026 is your official submission to the town council?
That's correct. Yeah, following planning commissions did the public hearing process and then submitted to you for consideration. And it's a consideration for adopting the amendment to the existing comprehensive plan. We're not adopting a new comprehensive plan. So there's a distinction there when and if a motion is made. So this plan, so the 2013 plan was an amendment to the 2007 plan. So this is now an amendment to that. The core of the document still holds true.
The idea there is it evolves with the town,
So we're looking at amending 2013, and we have how many days?
From today, it's 45 from the day.
15, 30, and 90. So I'm not sure which one applies.
I can say that the planning commission did adopt this most recent version as our final version. So
Unanimously.
So unless there are suggested changes at the next meeting, we don't anticipate any further edits to it coming their way. So it's open for amendment at this time. Or it would be.
Okay, and we don't have to do a public hearing at town council for the amendment?
For amending the existing comprehensive plan, it's taken care of by the planning commission as long as it was
Okay.
noted in the paper.
Okay.
And I believe,
By the state regulations quickly if you want.
and it's my understanding that the planning commission has to present this at the next meeting of the governing body following the public hearing.
Public hearing, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So here it is.
Okay, so if the law wasn't clear to me, if this council rejects this amendment, it goes back to PC to address our concerns, is that right?
Well, it can. So planning commission is under no obligation to make changes based on the town council commentary. Now it can consider them, but it does not have to adopt them. But the problem here is that we are required by law to have a comprehensive plan. So that's the requirement for a comprehensive plan is the way that the deadlock is broken between planning and town council.
And yeah, we've also gone through numerous rounds of public meetings and public comment. And I should note that the public hearing, we only had a handful of folks speak, and of those comments on the draft, we incorporated everything we heard. So yeah, we've been throughout the process. We've been very open. We haven't heard any pushback and we haven't had any suggested significant edits at this point. So we're hopeful that it can be approved.
Okay, so Jesse, what's your recommendation to the governing body based on where we are right now?
It is my recommendation that the Harpers Ferry Town Council adopt the amended comprehensive plan on May 11th, 2026.
Has everybody on the council had a chance to go through? Anybody on, let's rephrase that. Is there anyone on the council that would like to have time to go through the amended plan before we entertain a motion?
I have to confess, I missed the revised issue, but I also have to confess I'm not going to be around to read it now.
I think the rest of the bullet points that would be helpful.
Yeah.
They're all minor changes.
I was very pleased with the comprehensive plan overall and provided, and the changes that you've noted here addressed my concerns, I think. I mean, there were a lot of bugs, and I'm assuming you've taken care of the typos and the.
Yes. Thank you. You and to all thank you on planning commission. You're both very good at catching the small grammatical things that if you read a document 100 times, it's hard to focus.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
We're grateful for all of you.
And I have to say that, we got, the amount of input we got was extraordinarily manageable. So we were able to incorporate everybody's changes. If they had a comment, we were able to address it.
Okay.
Which I think that speaks to the quality of the plan that we put together.
I also think it's a fairly good snapshot of the town currently. So it's meant to serve as a planning document for the benefit of the way we've done this plan is that in 10 years, 2036, it sort of serves as a historical document for this current decade, well, then the past decade, both in text and in all pictures included. So hopefully it'll give the folks who have to do this next time a leg up and a bit of a framework to build off of.
Okay. Christian, did you have any comments?
Well, I think some of the foundation stuff needed to be updated, but it's not like critical.
Okay,
That was
that's your only concern?
that, and I wanted to make sure that the Board of Zoning Appeals and the code officer is known as the real force behind historic properties and preservation of these properties, not historic landmarks. They're more of a guide.
So we did update the plan based on, the home rule gives us a pretty broad authority to create new rules and policies for the code enforcement officer and the other deliberative bodies, which we have done, and we have outlined those in this comprehensive plan and removed the parts about the certificates of appropriateness. So
Yeah, because it definitely is. Yeah.
Okay.
I think we specifically said that since 2013, this process has been in place. We described the current process with the CEO.
All right, any other? All right, Jesse.
move that the town council of Harpers Ferry adopt the 2026 amendment to the 2013 comprehensive plan on this day, May 11th, 2026.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second, Chris, discussion? All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Congratulations.
If I said just real quick, a whole lot of people in town since 2013 have put a lot of effort into this. Nobody, regardless of how long they stayed or how quickly they left, everybody's contribution has made it into this final document. It was all greatly appreciated. And you know, this current planning commission has done a fantastic job of evolving. You know, as members changed, and we could have had this thing done a year and a half ago had we not been so diligent in communicating with everybody and trying to get it right. And thank you all for your patience. This is we hope that when this is filed and when we send this now adopted comprehensive plan to our friends at the WVU Land Use Office, that this is a new template for them to use everywhere. This is production values and the data and the way the data is presented is a cut above what's used anywhere else in West Virginia.
Well, Zach, you should know that last week, I think it was, I met with the new president of WVU and his senior staff for about 2 hours. And they mentioned the comp plan here. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that were on his mind, but he realized that. And he tied it into the West Virginia universities, land grant authorities, and all that. So he was very well versed in it. So,
you know, my last thing, and I'll be quiet, is that everyone's contributions have been huge, but I have stayed up plenty of nights thinking about this and worrying about all this, and I had nowhere near the responsibility that Zach has shouldered through all this. And he has dealt with some real headaches and some real challenges at every level. There have been things that went wrong and were made to go wrong by some people, and Zach did. He saw it through, and that's important to recognize.
good. Thank you.
That thanks to Zach and to all of the planning commission, and also please extend our thanks to Christy DeMuth and WVU.
I should say thanks to Christy DeMuth at WVU Land Use Clinic, and then all the members, current and past planning commission, who are listed on the first page of this comprehensive plan. We could not, it was a group effort for a group of volunteers who spent a lot of minutes and hours working on this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Zach. Anything else from planning?
Not for another 10 years.
I guess going forward, I plan to set the planning commission agenda around some of the action items in the comprehensive plan. So every year, especially in our annual update, we can give you the rundown of progress being made. I think we've done a good job of prioritizing some and making some progress.
Okay. Tree Commission.
Yes.
General report.
Hasn't met officially since the last town council meeting, but we did have an Arbor Day celebration, and I did want to thank Robert Nelson and Mackenzie Schlosser for providing music on Fillmore Street while we're planting the newest tree in town. It was a lovely ceremony. I hadn't actually attended one before, but it was awesome. We also had a representative from West Virginia Forestry, I believe, or Bravo Tree, whose name I didn't write down, but we thank him for his contribution.
Thank you. Any questions for Zach on the Tree Commission? Okay. Thanks. Thank you, Zach. Parks and Rec, you going to stay up there?
Yeah, I got the notes, so I might as well. We have a couple upcoming events with Parks and Rec, including Music on the Ridge, which will take place Saturday, June 6th, 5 to 8 p.m. It's at the Mather Training Center, Store College Lawn. The opening band is Section 20, who is a group of young folks from Frederick that played last year. And then our main act is a band called Sold Out from Stephen City, Virginia, which is a mix of punk, R&B, soul, and top 40 rock and country. So it should be a little bit of something for everyone. We hope to see you all there. And we're also advertising it as a free concert, as we've done in the past with donations possible for Parks and Rec. There is also a new, smaller summer concert series that will be hosted at the Town Gazebo. It is a series of 3 free Sunday evening concerts from 7 to 9 p.m. on July 12th, 19th, and 26th, weather permitting, of course. Music will be by the group River and Roots Productions, which are very local. It was just diagonal to the town hall here. It will also, the first event will also feature Furnace Mountain, which is another local group, bluegrass folk music, and we hope to see folks there. If you bring a lawn chair or blanket, it's a great opportunity to have a drink. Oh, and then I also been noted that we've begun work on Fountain, which is in the Union Square Park. You may have seen the shrubs were removed there. There's going to be some electrical and foundation work done to that, and we're hoping that sometime this summer it'll be a functioning fountain again. So.
Anything, questions for Zach on Parks and Rec? Okay, thank you, Zach. Okay. Committee, we met in Christian 2 weeks ago. We had a very robust meeting, a lot of discussion, which included a field trip. We talked about several key issues. I'm going to ask Christian to update. We talked about Henry Clay. There was an issue on Henry Clay, Shoe Bridge property off of Washington, Church Street, Townsend. So let's just take them as we have them on the agenda. Discussion action regarding parking permit request from resident in the business district, and that's Karen Townsend. Do you want to take a shot at it, Christian?
I'll take a shot. We looked at this issue, and we've looked at this issue before, not just for the Townsend, but also for other businesses that made requests to the parking committee. The parking committee is responsible to many people, and first we're responsible to the residents of Harpers Ferry. We protect the residents from the onslaught of visitors on the weekends to our town, particularly on our side streets. So we try to protect that with the sticker program that we have. The businesses, we work with them as well. And we have things for contractors. We have things for other businesses who are vendors here who come, like plumbers and contractors and so forth. We work with the short-term rental properties, and we work with other businesses best we can. Lower town businesses, though, are a special case. They are in a very unique area with virtually no parking. The parking that we have in downtown, in the lower town, there's 2 parking areas. That's the rail station, which is owned and operated by the National Park. That's not ours, and we have no influence on that parking. The parking on Potomac Street is exactly 25 parking spots. Those 25 parking spots represent 65% of our parking revenue. And the way we've structured that parking down there is it's not cheap parking. It's a little more expensive, and that is because we're trying to create turnover of people. We don't want them parking there for 8 hours. We want them to be in and out kind of type parking so that they can use the restaurants, they can use the shops that are in town. So turnover is really important. The old days, it used to be people would park down there, they'd go to Maryland Heights and be gone all day. And we just don't have the space. We don't have enough. There's only 25 parking spots there. And we have not designated parking for anybody except for paying customers. Paying.
So who owns the strip that kind of faces Charlotte's, house and up the hill? Like, there's parking for businesses there. All those.
We don't get involved in that.
Okay.
Parking committee, it's not town property. That is individual owners of those properties. The merchants, a lot of them reach out to them for parking for their employees, but we have not gotten involved in that because this is not our responsibility. I wish we had more space. We don't. And I don't think we can, and the parking committee looked at it and felt and voted not to extend parking to businesses. It's strictly for visitors. And it's strictly there for the merchants down there to get turnover.
Customers,
I mean, if and the parking committee voted to keep,
To keep it that way, yes.
I think that's, I don't know that we should relitigate it. I mean, if our parking folks have already taken it apart. I mean,
Yeah, the parking committee consists of the mayor, chief of police, myself as the council member, and then 2 residents, Patrick Turney and Mary Love. And we look at these things, we take it very seriously. It's a real balancing act to be on the parking committee. It's probably the most, behind planning maybe, but we had a lot of shots at us. And we have to make some hard decisions. I wish we had more space, but we don't.
I think, something that West Virginia state law recognizes it's common enemy or common threat doctrine throughout, and common challenge doctrine. And here in Harpers Ferry, parking is one of those common challenges. I live here. I don't have parking at my house. It's not ideal, but we are very limited in our real estate. And we live in a town that was invented before automobiles were a thing, and that's a whole nother level of complication. And at the end of the day, regardless of how we might want to, there's an issue of equality and scale. If we extend this privilege to one business, we have to do it for everybody. And I don't know how we can do that. And that's the essential guiding principle of privilege. Is to do something for one that we don't do for another. And in this case, we cannot do it for another. And,
Okay. Any other comments, council? So the decision was to take no action, Kirsten.
No action.
Okay.
And by the way, everybody, whenever a decision is made, and it's happened in the past, usually I've been in the parking committee the longest, and so I'm the target for this from a lot of people. But it is a joint decision. It is not just me making a decision. It is all of us in the committee, and it was unanimous. It's Park Service has parking issues just like us, and they struggle as well.
Yeah, I don't know how like what Jesse said, I don't know how you resolve it. If you honor this, you're opening the door to honor it for how many businesses?
we would have to. I mean, like the honorable thing would be to do that for everybody.
I'm sorry.
May I make another comment in response to what I just
Yeah, Karen, but try to keep it less than 30 seconds, okay?
I'll just say it from right here then. The thing is, I pay property taxes, B&O taxes, room occupancy taxes, sales taxes, and so much more. And I am one of the 2 properties, my 2, are the only ones that don't have Potomac Street parking. Stonehouse, he had 6 cars parked there behind his place. Everybody else has parking on Potomac Street, either on their property or from Charlotte. But I'm my 2 buildings are the only ones that have no possibility for any on-site parking. And I'm still the one that pays all the taxes. And I feel like I deserve special consideration. You wouldn't have to give Chris and some of those other people parking places because they have Rabbit Hole. Everybody else has parking on Potomac Street because their buildings start on high and they end on Potomac. I'm the only one. My properties are the only ones that don't have that privilege. I wouldn't be asking this if I had any other access. Church Street, I have to trespass to get up to that. I have no other access with my 2 properties. And I think that is an exception because I still pay a lot more taxes than just the residents do. So, and I'm not just a business owner, a property owner, and a resident. And I just think it's cruel hardship for my 5 employees that serve the town 24/7 virtually. We're open 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. To not honor those employees and to expect me to pay, in addition to all the taxes that I pay, about $30 an employee on a busy weekend to do the shuttle thing. I mean, they only get $15 an hour, and they don't want to spend their money getting to the end.
Thank you, Karen. Council, any comments? Okay. All right,
It's Church Street as well.
yeah. Discussion action regarding vacation rental guest parking passes on Church Street. Christian, I did not make that trek up there, so.
Well, yeah, well, that one is where we, I gotta find the document.
Limiting the number of,
Yeah, we limited, on just Church Street, we made a change to our parking policy, and it was in, one of the attachments. Patrick Turney, put it in on the short-term rental and bed and breakfast businesses located in the residential zone of Harper's Ferry. So we added this was unanimous from the, parking committee.
Yeah, David got it.
I got it.
Here, guests and B&Bs and short-term rentals located on Church Street with no off-street parking can only be issued one guest hang tag for one vehicle to park on Church Street for each B&B or short-term rental. And that was the change to our policy. We're trying to accommodate that, the owner there, but we have heard instances where there are many cars. We're not sure how many, but there's a lot more than one.
Well, I think there's a lot.
It's a very tight street. If you haven't been up there, it's really tight. It's very narrow. This
And so people are parking to the right there.
yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Sort of kind of a parking space, yeah.
Well, there's also residents up there too,
Yeah.
that don't have parking.
Go ahead and put that in the motion, Christian.
I move that we update our let me get to what it is. Update our, do you have the document? Oh, good. Can't read. Update our parking permit policy and permit process, and update section under short-term rentals and B&Bs to read guests of B&Bs and short-term rentals located on Church Street with no off-street parking can only be issued one guest hang tag for one vehicle to park on Church Street for each B&B or short-term rental.
There's a second on the motion, second from Chris. Discussion on the motion. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed?
Discuss that discussion. Okay, I guess we're on discussion.
You got discussion?
I did, like,
Okay.
so we're giving them parking spots that residences are using too, also? So they're gonna have those hang tags? Be
Hang
allowed to
tags are
park
only
there?
for the short-term rentals in town. We have,
But the residents also have that option. They have the,
that's
they
different.
get the sticker,
You're right.
and they use the same parking spot.
That's for guests.
I
Their
guess
guests.
I'm trying to figure out the geometry of where they're parking. I think it's that,
It's all in that
It's that
tight
little-
spot. Yeah, we're designating a particular spot for them.
Yeah.
It's just they're allowed one. The problem is, I don't know if we can get everybody to park up there.
So right now, there's no limit on, or I guess there is a limit, but more than one exceeds the practical limit.
Practical.
So, instead of them having two, they're gonna have one now.
Mhm.
So
but
it's
it's still
actually,
effectively a free for all. Like
Well,
it's residences and short term.
This isn't for guest parking. This is for the hang tags for the short-term rentals and B&B owners only. Residents get two, guests can get
I'm
two.
not questioning the tags. I'm
Oh.
saying this group of people, hang tags and stickers,
Mhm.
are going after two spaces, right? Maybe,
Very few.
right? more people an option to park there when we don't even have enough for the people who live there.
And we're having the number of people who can park there. We're reducing the number who can park. They only get one hang tag.
Okay. Why would they get any hang tags?
So all
Because
the NVs do.
Well, with no off-street parking, get a hang tag. Okay, all right, thank you. I read the F wrong, the one
Okay.
above it. Yeah.
That's always what I get wrong.
David, you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion? Opposed, motion carries 6-0.
I thought that's it. Don't get off-street
Oh, I
parking.
see.
And I just-
Discussion action regarding voting membership of the parking committee. You want to lead us into this, Christian?
Which one? Oh, this is my.
One
my-
more.
Yeah.
We have a charter that was passed by the prior town council. And, I felt that we needed to update it because we put the mayoral position in a tough place. There's 5 members, I mentioned earlier, there's 5 members. The mayor is though a non-voting member. This makes for this committee, an even number, which isn't right. It should be an odd number. And so we looked at 3 different options. I'm not gonna go through them all, but basically we decided that we want the mayor to be a voting member, and it was voted unanimously that he would be the 5th member. He's in the meetings, but the way they had written the charter before, the mayor couldn't vote. It was a compromise, but we now feel that it needed to be updated. The mayor takes a lot from the public regarding public because he's on the committee and he's the mayor.
So is your proposal to change the mayor serves as a non-voting member to the mayor serves as a voting member?
That's it. That's the motion.
Okay.
I move to amend the membership policy of the Harpers Ferry Parking Committee to reflect that change.
There's a second on the motion. Second, David, discussion.
Jesse? Yeah, so my only question is, the chief is also a member, right?
Yes. And voting.
Right, so if the mayor is talking to the chief and one other person about a day-to-day traffic management issue, we've got a quorum.
Have what now? Say it again, Jess.
So like, the chief's also a voting member. So if you become a voting member and you and chief and one other member of the parking committee are,
That's quorum.
right. So is that going to affect your operational capacity? Can you, if Christian brought up an issue and came with chief, could you make a decision based on that conversation?
I mean, just like any other committee that we
I
have.
mean, you would be as a quorum though, right?
Yeah, but I wouldn't be meeting with 2 other members of the parking
But
committee.
you would be if it was chief and one other person.
Only if that business, if that comes up as committee business.
Right, so, I mean, so the mayor and the chief of police can't discuss parking with a member of the parking commission?
No, it's like you and Storm talking about finances without Chris.
So my question is, if that is, if you've got a quorum there, will that affect, do you anticipate that would affect the day-to-day management ability of the mayor or the chief?
I'm not clear on your question, but no.
Problem comes up. I'm really involved with them, the chief. I'm on the back. I'm not involved really with the mayor or the chief. I'm not involved in the public. The parking committee is not involved in the public safety. We're focused just on parking.
Okay. Well, it was just a question. If you don't think there's a problem, then rock on.
Yeah.
That's the end of my
I
comment.
mean, don't forget now, the chief deals principally with sanctions, and the parking committee deals principally with policy.
Right.
And so, yeah, I do meet regularly every Thursday at 9 o'clock with the chief, not only about parking issues, but about criminal issues and all that stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Other discussion? All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? 6-0. Water Commission General Report from PWA.
With the agenda, have, compared, dropped back to putting down water last month. We metered about 2.8. Plant consumed 130,000, backwash was about 350,000. So our unaccounted for water was about 37%. We are actively working on the meter project, working on Gilbert Street main replacement. We've got a number of leaks that we are working with Greenwich on trying to get them in here and being able to support them while they're in here. The most noticeable of those is up on Philhouse Street. So that's, with down to be on the staff, we're just looking for approval again, trying to keep customers as happy as we can. Meeting with some folks who haven't been so happy. And, pretty much what we've been up to.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Good part.
Are you, I was preoccupied with a note here. Jesse?
I will say that, I know you're getting it, but I'm also getting it about Fillmore Street.
Yeah.
So that is a very real issue when people are coming by my house to talk about it.
So, I will tell you what, there's a line that comes across the street, and I believe that it went all the way out to Washington Street, served the two, what I call derelict properties on Washington Street. It also serves 3 houses right there, the yellow structure, the gray structure, and the newer, I think, sort of bluish gray.
Mhm.
We do have a leak just as it gets across the street. There is one of the old stone curbs that is just beyond the leak. We cannot remove that piece of stone curbing without a machine. It's too big for us to get in there and hand dig that out. Right now, I do not have anybody on my staff who can operate a machine. So this is a Greenwich project.
And they're not staffed. They're just booked out. I mean, they don't have the.
They've been busy, but I also have had people support Greenwich. And when Greenwich comes into town, we are the ones that shut the water off, so they can do the work and things like that. They don't touch our back. And when I have basically, 2 operators, full-time, part-time operator, and when I am out there reading meters with my meter clerk and one of my other operators, we do not have people to stand there and work with. That's
All
our
right.
situation. All right. Until that thing hopefully blows up, it's going to leak until I can get, appropriate staffing and Greenwich coordinated.
Could you put some sort of like an A-frame sign there or something? So it's, there's people think it's, just something, and just, we're aware.
Okay, I will make sure I have HFWW cones.
There you go. Yeah.
Marking out that.
Yeah, it's about this deep.
I'll do that.
I
I did take them by, I took
Chris T, the owner, by on Friday. I think that was. So he is, you know, I told him this is our first and highest priority back here. And I would hope that they will be in at some point this week.
David?
Couple things. You said the meter project. Where are we at with? So the meters are going in before the collectors go in, right? They're going to go in the ground before the collectors go in.
We're going to try to get a collector up on the
Right.
before they start putting in the bid. But they have to, when they put the meters in, they have to commission the meters. And if the collector is not in place for it to communicate with them, they're going to have to come back around and do that.
So when is that gonna? What's the plan on that?
We are working on the tanks there. What we really need to get done on that one before they get mounted is we have to get it's a letter from the Park Service that says that they have reviewed it. Well, they have taken a look at it, reviewed it, and they do not have an objection to what we're proposing to do. Park Service has made it very clear that they would like all of this somewhat to be comprehensive, that they don't want to do it piecemeal. So this collector is okay, we don't really know what's going on with this one. And so the one on the east end and a high acre, we're working diligently with Potomac Appalachian Trail Club. Chris is taking the lead right now. We're working with the club.
And that's on the agenda further on.
And so our intention is that we can get that one solid enough so the Park Service, so that we can give Park Service a confident enough answer that that's where we expect the second one to be. So now we have the whole, puzzle for them. So it's not all these kind of moving pieces still. Then hopefully Park Service will be in position to be confident enough to write that blanket, not approval, or it's a letter that says we don't object. And we don't see any objections at this point. Hopefully I got that.
And then what about the software? Where are we at with the software connection with the new system?
So that is currently being kind of worked on with both representatives from UB4, which is our new billing package, with the implementation team from Camp Struck, and that includes the software vendor and all the rest. They have done other implementations into UB4 before, so it's not as though they have never seen this. Every implementation throws something a little bit different at it, but that is fully part of the project to make sure that that those pieces will connect. And I think it's ready, right? Ready software, I believe, and we did. Deb and Kathy and I sat with. I wanted to get a little bit of an overview of Ready, how that particular app functions. Now that's not necessarily the behind the scenes nuts and bolts of how it integrates with UB4. But like I said, they have assured us that they have worked with UB4 as a integrated vendor before. We knew that actually when we selected this.
And the pass off is going to be when the contractor pulls the meter out of the ground. It has an identification and serial number associated with that property. There will be a final reading on that will go into UB4, and then the radio read meter will be in place also with the properly associated serial number, and UB4 will add the two readings together at the time for billing. And this has been done over and over and over again in the past. And they will do a handshake on a handful of items, not all of them all together, but they will test in the beginning stages. And we're currently scheduled for, we're going to go over this here in a minute, but July
Am I
15th.
getting ahead of it?
Well, we're there now. July 15th through, they're gonna double team and try to get it all done in 2 weeks. Excuse me, June 15th, the beginning of July, they're gonna try to get it all done within one billing cycle so that we do not have an overlap. So they are gonna double team with their crews on the ground faster than what they had originally anticipated.
The swap out is technically a meter swap out. We swap out meters now. So UB4, the billing package, has the ability now to, you know, we don't wait till the end of the month or whatever. Take the old meter out with whatever reading, takes the meter, will pull it out, put a new meter in, same location, different serial number with, you know, whatever the reading is. It's just this will be done, this swap out will be done all, all fine. Okay. You know, haven't done this before. We here.
But
You know,
Borderline has
borderline.
many times. Yeah.
Preparation of all that. I think last time I was here, we were talking about serial numbers on a lot of drives. I won't say 100%, but one or two meters in our system. We have last meter reading cycle. Everybody was reading meter was verified, but the serial number that we have there matched. We did come up with a number that had to be corrected in the system. But I'm confident that our serial numbers, you know, that we have in the ground are going to match.
Anything else, David?
Sorry. Hiring, where are we at with hiring?
We're gonna get into that.
Agenda
We're getting into that. Okay.
Anything else for Steve?
I had one thing, Steve, this drought, is this affecting our water plant at this
We're
point?
not seeing any effect with the drought right
Good.
now.
Thanks.
Still seeing clean water, and quite honestly, right now, we're seeing it quite well.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Discussion action regarding water department staffing. This item may require executive session. I'm gonna defer this to the end. Water Commission report, Michael?
So, 2 months ago, Steve came to us and asked if we would look at our leak adjustment policy. And, up until that time, there's a paragraph statement in our water tariff that essentially says that the waterworks will make a leak adjustment only when the water usage being used in excess of 200% of the customer's historical use. That's it. So we did some searching. We looked at what CTUB has in terms of a leak adjustment policy. We did Shepherdstown, we did Martinsburg, and we did West Virginia American Water. And we put together a 2-pager, which you have, which takes this, we'll do something that's over 200% and actually clarifies the circumstances under which leak adjustment will take place. The problem with the old policy was that anytime it was above 200%, the customer would come to essentially our water clerk and want an adjustment. And that left them hanging in terms of, do we give adjustments to everybody? How do we decide? And so the document you have before you is an attempt to offer some clarification that gives the water clerk and Steve criteria under which to grant leak adjustment. That's it.
Chris?
Mike, I want to clarify for the council, the document that got into council documents circulated was the draft that the Water Commission started with, and it did not include its edits. And I just handed out Jay's, our secretary's copy that includes all the edits, and I can run through those real quickly if everyone would like that pointed out. The one,
You don't have to approve it at this meeting. If you haven't read it, read it and approve it at the next meeting.
well, the one edit that did make it in the council documents was the one letter typo that on the second bullet, it should read 12 months instead of 12 month. But on the third bullet, we took off the last sentence that was in the council documents copy. The leak must be non-preventable and be located in the service line on the customer's side of the meter. We thought that things were clarified better elsewhere, and this was confusing. We also added to that bullet. It now reads, no adjustment will be given for lawn watering, gardening, pool filling, working faucets set or left in any position other than off, split hoses except for those connected to washing machines and dishwashers, or any other intentional water usage. The fifth bullet, we removed the last sentence that got circulated to you all. It said any amounts which the customer can prove did not enter the sanitary system shall be credited at full sewer tariff rates. We decided that was inappropriate for the waterworks to decide. And then we added next to the last bullet that leaks must be resolved in a timely manner considered reasonable given the tools available. That was an addition that the Water Commission made. So those are the changes.
Jesse?
So, just so I understand, if a customer has a leak they feel qualifies for an adjustment, is the water clerk going to have to navigate through this document and determine if they do actually qualify?
Yes.
Okay, and how much, in the current policy, like, if you compared this policy to the current policy?
The current policy is anything over 200%, you get a leak adjustment.
Okay. So we go from one paragraph to 2 pages?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I think the request from the waterworks was that presently folks are coming to them with these requests, and there's too much left to arbitrary decisions. It's not spelled out very well in the tariff.
So I'm just like from the water clerk's perspective. I mean, I have no problem with this. I'm all about ifs and thens, but from the water clerk's perspective, has anybody talked with them about how feasible they see this to be, or is there a way where we can like create a flow chart or something to make?
She's attended the meetings.
Okay. They might ask her.
If I can just clarify that a little bit, just in terms of the office process. These come into the water clerk, she prepares the worksheet, she has the information on the rest. And then she hands that to me, basically to sign off or to approve on the water part.
Okay. So there's not going to be a customer hammering the water clerk, waving this around and demanding they fix it right now. She can say that she can gather information. Right. 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 Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
We make a determination, we then pass it to PSD.
Okay.
For PSD to make we run a calculation.
Okay.
Of what it would be if there's a sewer piece, but the PSD actually makes their determination according to their tariff as to whether or not they will rent the sewer part.
Great. Well, I just want to make sure that she had an escape route there if things got out of hand,
It's actually meant to be an improvement for her because now she can pick up the paper and point to the policy. It's not falling on her, just verbally.
Mike, is
Making
this
arbitrary
gonna be
decisions.
communicated to the ratepayers? Is it gonna be like put in the bill or something?
Steve, should we put this in the bill?
I believe there's something with the leak adjustment policy that is, or leak adjustment, form and all the rest. It is up on the website. And that's where we will post this.
Okay.
along with that.
Do we have to send Steve or Mike a courtesy copy of this to the PSC?
Mayor, we will look into whether or not to cross all the T's and dot the I's. We have to do that. We are by the PSC rulings, we are to have a leak adjustment policy. If we make a change to that policy, I think it would only make sense to file it with them, as you said, it's the first.
Yeah.
I do not believe that this requires us to open a tariff back up and change the tariff. If we were gonna change the reimbursement rate or the payment rate, which is like, I think 80 cents, don't quote me, but 80 cents, I think, 1,000, 86 cents. Then I think we would have to go to opening up the tariff.
Okay.
Policy, I think that we can do that, and we'll just file a courtesy policy,
Okay.
It's also very similar to nearly every other policy we looked at. So
I need a motion.
Yeah, if we do approve this, I just think we just fire it off to PSC. They can do with it what they want.
And the Water Commission also recommended that the new policy be distributed with the bill or some way to get out to the public.
All right. Jesse put one on the floor already.
Yeah, I move that Harpers Ferry Town Council adopt the Harpers Ferry Water Works leak adjustment policy and procedure as presented on May 11th, 2026.
Her second on the motion, second. Chris, discussion? David?
Yeah, I think our policy at the PSD is we don't, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fifth bullet about adjusting for leaking commodes. We don't pay for that. We don't leak adjust for that in our policy. I'm pretty sure. I'd have to look at it, but I'm pretty sure we don't. There were a lot of discussion. Was there any discussion on that when you guys?
Yeah, when we looked at the various other, there was only one municipality that didn't do that, and that was Shepherdstown.
Okay.
They were tougher than anybody else. And they
Tougher
were very
than
clear that
Mhm.
they don't do that. Seatup, Martinsburg,
I'll do it.
West Virginia American Water,
Really?
they allow this.
But that'd be over 200%. So that's like
Yeah.
the caveat there.
It's very easy to get over 200%.
I know. And you guys, yeah. I don't know. I'm feeling like,
When I moved into your house.
did I have one?
My son was staying there because he was in the process of the divorce. And he didn't go there every day. We had a leaky toilet. We used 10,000 gallons.
Oh my God.
And also,
I apologize.
it largely comes, if I can add that the PSC changed what they called a leak a couple years back, which had to do with allowing faulty equipment to be determined as a leak inside of a home, whereas before that it wasn't being considered that way. So I think a lot of utilities are trying to honor that.
Wait, say that again. They're saying they're allowing some faulty equipment now.
Well, they're changing the definition of leak from just like a burst pipe that you didn't know about inside your wall to faulty equipment as well, to a certain extent. Now you have to show that you've repaired that faulty equipment or you're attesting that it isn't going to keep happening. So that's part of the leak adjustment policy there.
And you have
But-
2 a year too, and
but-
that also.
Right, exactly. So you can't abuse it. But the PSC came forward with that equipment association with a leak a couple years ago, and I think that's largely what a lot of these changes were about.
Okay.
Other discussion? All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? 6-0. Thank you, Michael. Treasurer's reports, review and approval financial reports, March 2026.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. These financials closed March 2026, which is 75% of the year. This is budget revision 6 in the general fund. Fund balance total of 1,000,002 brings the budget of operating income to 1,313,000. Income to date represents 85%, and expenses are approximately 82. So we're kind of ahead in both areas there. For waterworks, we are still in the first revision of this budget. Income from water billings came in at 64%, and income at expenses at 67. So later in the meeting, you're going to be reviewing the proposed revision 2 for fiscal 26 and also 27. Both of those will show a reduction in billing income of 10%, as we discussed in previous meetings. Any questions on what you have for the financials this month?
Move to,
Is there a sense of, because we've been consistently 10% lower on our water, is there a sense of why?
Yes, as we've been discussing, we believe that this is because of the improved accuracy of meter reading that has been occurring since the beginning of this fiscal year, largely due to staffing changes and procedures.
Gotcha.
And we feel like that's now we're really getting a truer picture of what we have been getting. Is the only consistent thing that we can point to.
Yeah.
Thanks.
move to approve the financial reports as presented.
Second question, discussion. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed, motion carries 6-0. Approval of invoices and purchases, Debbie?
All right, so you have a handful of approvals. Some of them are things you've already authorized the purchase of. The checks are just here, and that's good timing. There is a good handful of invoices being paid out to Advantage Technologies. Everything is sitting here if you want to look at it. There are some partial pays on some of these. I also included in that stack a letter of explanation that's going to go to Advantage on those. I reviewed all of them meticulously with Jesse, who agreed with the disposition and payment that I put into the checks. Any questions on anything you're seeing now?
Move to approve the invoices over threshold as presented.
Second, Jesse, discussion. All those in favor of the motion to approve? Opposed, 6-0. Thank you, Debbie. Okay, budget and finance. Discussion and action regarding distribution system phase 1, WDA.
So we're going to start changing in the agenda and in our discussion to start really addressing all these projects as phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, because it gets really confusing when we start going from WDA to CDS. So that's why you see that shift here. We're going to try to remain consistent with that. So this is the closeout of the WDA project, which included the bond money. So this Gilbert Street project, which is the next thing coming up, is being completely paid with the bond money. As Steve mentioned, we had our pre-construction meeting with Greenridge and our engineer. There are many details to work out, including some easement issues, which I have reviewed with Hoy today, and he will be drafting temporary construction easements for properties where the meter lives rather in a complicated location on the customer's property. And our goal will be to move the meter out to the property line, replace the service line if the customer is in agreement, and then whether the service line is replaced or not, when the meter is in place, the service line will be turned over to the responsibility of the customer, as is normal protocol in water service districts. So you may be seeing some stuff about that in the coming month. I think the goal is to be getting this project underway like the first week of June, right? Yes. There will only be one small shut off, which we're trying to time. It'll be kind of district wide, but worked very closely to try to figure out the best timing to do that. And otherwise, that should be rather unintrusive to the rest of the system.
Okay. No action.
Nope.
Discussion action regarding FY 24 CDS distribution system phase 2 water meters and approval of resolution number 1.
All right, so we are finally to some payment on the water meters. So we are moving all the way up to resolution number 1 and away from, we must be at like 29 on the other one. So this is an EPA funded grant with a congressionally directed spending. So you were getting payment from the EPA, and the match, the 20% match, is coming from the governor's office. So in your documents, you'll see some new paperwork kind of associated with what we have to send up to the governor's office, and then you have your pay application and your totals for the project behind. And this is just taking care of some software and things that I believe, or it might actually be meters, that the vendor had to put into place. And I think we sort of talked about all that, but we are having bi-weekly progress meetings and also just spot meetings as we need it with the vendor. There's a lot going on to integrate and coordinate. I think we're working with a really excellent group of people who are just on top of it and getting us whatever we need when we need it. So, all right, this is resolution 1 for the town of Harpers Ferry, approving invoices relating to construction and other services for the water meter project and authorizing payment thereof. Whereas the town of Harpers Ferry has reviewed the invoices attached hereto and incorporated herein by reference in relation to the construction of the water project funded by the U.S. EPA CG funds and the West Virginia Governor Grant Fund, and finds as follows: that none of the items for which payment is proposed have been requested from another source, that each item for which the payment is proposed to be paid is or was necessary in connection with the project and constitutes the cost of the project, that each of such costs has been otherwise properly incurred, that payment for each of the items proposed is due and owing. Now therefore be it resolved by the Town Council of Harpers Ferry that the payment of the attached invoices as summarized below are hereby authorized and directed to Fortiline, $16,187.12 from the EPA and $4,046.78 from the Governor Grant funds for $20,223.90 total, adopted by the Council of Harpers Ferry at a meeting held on the 11th day of May 2026.
Roll call.
It's not necessary.
Yeah.
I move to approve resolution 1 of the Harpers Ferry Water Works distribution system phase 2 as submitted.
Second on the motion, second. Jesse, discussion? All in favor of the motion to approve? Opposed? 6-0. Discussion and action regarding updated 26 CDS distribution system phase 3.
So with that one, after the pre-construction meeting on phase 1, we met with our engineer talking about planning out to phase 3. You may have heard a while back about the drawings that we had that were really not sufficient to service phase 1, and we ran into a lot of issues with that. So the engineering firm is at their cost redoing the drawings to update them from many things that have happened within the district over the time that passed from when it was originally done, and also by virtue of the technology used at that time. We'll be adding curb stops all the way around the district, which was not part of the original plan. And we're hoping that the few easement issues that we deal with on Gilbert Street will then pace a template for phase 3, because there are more of those unusual circumstances throughout the district where we may have to deal with this. So we're hoping that we're going to get that kind of procedure ironed out, and we'll be ready to feed into phase 3. The EPA is ready to roll with this. The engineer's office needs till probably mid-end of July to complete their updated drawings. So we'll be notifying the EPA of that and getting ready then towards the middle of the summer to get this out to bid. So very exciting. Temporary timeline, not set in stone. We have learned anything can happen. So just getting started. Yeah.
And it does.
And it does.
Happen.
Anything does happen. Yep.
All right. No action.
Yep.
Discussion action regarding maintenance of mains contracting.
We all talked about Fillmore Street. The only other thing we have going on with them is we did get them a list of the meters. I think the final meters that need to be dusted up and cleaned up and setters set,
Those are the Crocs.
the
broken-
Crocs, any of that are in preparation for new meter installation. So we still have, about a month, and they do have that list now.
Okay, questions on that? Discussion and action regarding waterworks vehicle.
I believe, I think it was last month, we talked about that, and Steve and Christian were to do some investigating on that. Has anything transpired on that?
But I can help. Huh?
I've got the vehicle, but no, Christian and I have not met.
No. Oh, but you already got the vehicle?
Oh, no, it's the old one now sitting,
Oh.
So,
the boat anchor is actually.
you guys can get together.
Yeah.
Okay, and then, Deb reminded me that we have a tracking device in the boat anchor that needs to be removed before that goes to wherever, the boat anchor graveyard.
Anything else on that? Number 6, discussion action regarding spending approvals for police, fire, library, and EPTA.
Okay, there was Deb distributed a little chart with all of these funds. These are things that had been approved in the fiscal year 26 budget, and now those bills are coming due. One substantial change for the police department was that the vests, the vehicles have, the tablets have turned out to be 16,000. The vests have turned out to be 9,000. That's a bit higher than what the council had provisionally approved. But we do have the funds available to cover those costs right now. So I would move to spend the amounts presented for the Harpers Ferry Police Department, for the Friendship Fire Company, for the Harpers Ferry Public Library, and for EPTA as presented.
Second, Jesse, discussion? David?
What, you said you think we have enough money, we're like 4,500 extra. Why do we think we have extra money?
Comes out of 976 public safety. There's about 85,000 in that budget line item right now. So
Okay.
yeah, we'll be fine there.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion? Opposed, motion carries 6-0. Discussion and action regarding town website. Who's got that?
That'd be me.
So,
Storm and I have, I think we mentioned this before, we have, reestablished our relationship with the website vendor. I have begun the process of gathering, feature requests and requirements from stakeholders. That's well underway. We have, been given some information by Storm and I are working through. It's a questionnaire and general design concepts and philosophies. And once we have all that sorted, we will present that back to the vendor and along with the site map, which will immediately kick off the design meeting and the ongoing conversations. And those will be, once the design kickoff begins, there'll be a pretty frequent conversations between Storm, myself, and you guys and the vendor. So that is all good. It was our first, we have all new people there that we're working with that are managing our project, and it was an entirely positive initial meeting and conversation. And having done this in the past, this removed any of the doubts I had about, what we were going to be looking for in the future. I feel good about the vendor and everything.
Good. Thanks, Jesse. Any questions for Jesse? Okay. Discussion and action regarding opioid funds. Jesse, you and Michael Felipe have been working on this, correct?
Yeah, Michaela and I began this, I believe, last October. It's been a while, and we were as thorough as humanly possible in finding the best ways to use this money. Michael's background is in the disbursement of government funds, but needs-based disbursement of funds, and so he kind of was the perfect guy for all this. And the ultimate decision was that we would establish a take-back box and a sharps disposal box in the police station. The take-back box allows for the disposal of prescription drugs and other things that people don't want to have. It'll be located in the police station. They go in. The police never touch it, but they do observe the process. It goes into this, looks like the old style mailboxes. It goes in there in a secure box, and then the truck comes and takes it away later. We are splitting that cost with Bolivar. They will be able to make use of this as well. And there's the same facility next to the take back box for sharps, for needles, and things like that. And the remainder of the funds we proposed using for the Jefferson County Teen Court, which is a first offender, young offender intervention that works with kids who made one poor decision, and this helps hopefully keep them out of the formal criminal justice system. But importantly, in our decision was the fact that they have a home and family intervention element there, and they go in, and if there are ways that they can fix problems in the offender's home, like a lot of the impoverished folks and stuff like that, they have very basic needs that aren't being met that contribute to the behavior. So, they can, like no locks on the doors and no functioning stove or microwave in the home. And this program can contribute to that. The outlay for that is managed through the United Way, but it's entirely earmarked for Jefferson County use only through the teen court. So all the management side of that is very well taken care of by an established organization. And so I would move that we, sorry.
Jesse, one question on that. Do we know that Bolivar voted the other night to partner with us on these things?
I do not know the answer to that, but we set aside enough money to cover it even if they did not.
Okay.
So, we can do it whether they vote that way or not, but they seemed, is it Laura? I don't remember her name.
Laura?
Yeah, they all seem very, very hopeful and positive about all this.
You want to put a motion?
Okay, sorry. I move that we distribute from the opioid fund $6,000 for the establishment of take back box and sharps box in the Harpers Ferry Police Station, and move the remainder of the assigned funds to the Jefferson County Teen Court via the United Way.
There's a second on the motion?
Did you say up to 6,000?
I did.
Okay.
Second from David. Discussion?
I have a question.
ahead.
What about future funds?
So the part of the reason this took so long is we were trying to find things that could be that would answer this question in the future. And right now, what's out there, we anticipate future funds would be directed toward the Jefferson County Teen Court as well.
Okay.
Most in West Virginia, matter of fact, they spent their opioid funds. It's all disclosed how it's spent. They spent theirs on bullets and drones. And I feel that this is very much in the vein of what the opioid settlement funds were intended to do.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? 6-0. Ranson PD, by the way, has that set up in their police department, the sharps and all that stuff. Number 9.
I did speak with them.
Did you?
Yeah.
Discussion and action regarding tree commission annual funding request. Who's handling that one?
You all received a document of a list, from a contractor, and, there, this list came out to be, $8,500,
Under 10,000.
under 10,000, which was the amount that, we were wanting to stay under.
Right, the tree commission asked, so our purchasing and procurement policy requires at this time that if you are between $2,500 and $10,000, you need to obtain more than one bid. The U.S. Forestry grant program doesn't require more than one bid if you are under $10,000 for contracted work. So the tree commission asked for a waiver in this case to just allow for one bid that they procured for under $10,000 to perform this work. And you're provided the list to inform you of the work that is intended to be contracted. So
I would move to approve the tree commission funding request as submitted without the requirement for further bids.
Is there a second? Second, Jesse? Discussion. Zach, was this, approved by the tree commission?
But the tree commission has not approved the tree plan for this year. So there's a suggested tree plan, that we need to discuss. And I believe these numbers are based on plan that Christie put together, and then her discussion with the arborist. I don't want to say too much, but I think there is some thought from the tree commission about getting additional, not pricing information, but work required estimation from an independent arborist rather than someone who would be potentially contracted to do the tree work. So the tree plan itself may require less. I don't think it could possibly require more than what you're discussing, but it could end up requiring less if some of these things get removed from the plan.
So I make sure I understand. So we're being asked to approve this. It has not been approved and recommended by the tree commission in toto.
the only thing is being recommended for actual motion is for you to allow contracted work up to $10,000 with only one bid. That's the only thing you're asking.
Okay.
You're just giving that information for information.
Sure.
Right.
So all the trees listed on here, we're not dealing with that.
Come back with the change.
You're gonna
that
come back
you
with
want
it.
to do. Right.
Okay.
It represents the maximum possible amount of tree work to be done this year, but it could become less.
Great.
That's all.
Any other discussion? David, did you have?
Yeah, I did. Who does the oversight for us when these guys come on site? Do you guys do it as a tree commission, or is it Larry? Who does oversight when they tree commission?
So I'm new to this, especially in the position
Yeah.
that I'm in. I believe in the past, Christie has.
It's not Larry.
Not Larry.
But it's not, it would be ideally a member of the tree commission. I don't know how this worked exactly on the ground in the past. I don't know who
You guys
would
know?
decide to do that.
It's Christie does make
I mean,
sure.
is that a thing? Do we have follow-up? I mean, is that a formal thing? Oversight and follow-up?
In terms of the work the tree
Yeah.
commission has done. Again, I just joined tree commission this year and ended up in this position more recently. So I am not familiar with how it's been done.
I can tell you that Christie actually goes out with them. This isn't just, there's a lot of hands-on on this. This is not just from the arborist. Now, the arborist makes recommendations.
Yeah, but David's got a valid point too.
Part of our problem has been, we've been putting it out for bids. It's getting impossible to get bids back. It's been, okay, not impossible, difficult, very difficult. No?
This is like,
Three people that come in and
Yeah.
give these, that is not a problem in this type of work.
But Antietam is winning the bid majority
That's
of the
something
time.
that the tree commission can take up. Right now, you're only being asked to
Well,
Move up to 10.
bypass the,
Issue the waiver.
I can also say that given this would be helpful in case we were not able to come up with extra bids, but at this time, the tree commission is not closing the door on getting additional bids.
Sure.
if it's required.
I didn't mean to start a thing. I was just asking out of curiosity.
And I also am learning as I go, so.
Did we vote?
And we have not voted.
Lost track. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? 6-0. Thank you. Discussion action regarding FY24 distribution system 2, water meters. I'm going to request we refer that to the end. Discussion action regarding waterworks budget, FY26 revision 2. I'm also going to,
No, I think I can do it.
you think you can do it?
Do it here, and if the questions get involved, then we'll
All right,
put it to the end. Yeah.
go ahead.
All right, so in both of the budgets that you have, we have reduced the billing revenue by 10%, which is 117,000, from FY26 revision 1, due to the consistent trend that we have seen in this fiscal year so far. In FY27, also excluded are new water taps, capital capacity fees, and other income. The renew and replace income has been reduced to 40,000, just because that's a good starting point. Didn't want to get too heavy with that. And so altogether, there's an additional 58,000 added to the income reduction in fiscal 27. So that's just important to understand. In expenses, fiscal 26 adjustments have been made to support recent staffing changes, projections to year end, retirement of the 86B bond, and a loan payment commencement for a new vehicle if that comes about before the end of the fiscal year. In fiscal 27, expenses are increasing from the addition of a new vehicle payment, a full year of payments for the Series 24, for the 2024 Series bond, health insurance cost increases, COLA and STEP increases, annual fees for UB4, which are greater than the old system, radio read software, league software, and data communication requirements that are annual fees. We will get our first payment hit on that. The first year is included in the contract that we get from Fortiline, but then we'll pay annually. Those total to about $16,000. So we have to start including that in our budget. Our commercial liability insurance has increased, and so all of those things together are, roughly 62,000. So we have quite a swing there, even with making adjustments in certain areas. So that has required that we counterbalance with an adjustment to the projected staffing beginning July 1. What we laid out in there would be comparable to 4 full-time operators covering the plant and the distribution system, and the public works administrator, as well as the water clerk, all just at a maximum of their full-time with no excessive overtime. So however you formulate that, if you're not quite ready for your new person, you can make an adjustment to that, but that's what the money looks like right now. Once we have a few months of history with the new meters, then we'll be able to make an adjustment to billing revenue and expenses as appropriate. But for right now, this gives us a really tight, conservative approach to that.
Okay. Questions?
I just have a procedural question. The FY26 revision 2 budget and FY27 budget should be separate motions from one another.
A good idea. Yeah.
So I move to approve Waterworks fiscal year 26 revision 2 as presented with final adjustments.
No,
Not
just
with
as
final
presented. Yeah.
As presented.
There's a second on that motion. Second from David. Discussion? All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? 6-0. Chris?
And I move to approve Waterworks fiscal year 27 as presented.
Second on that motion. Christian? Discussion? All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? 6-0. See, I told you we could do that in the clear, Debbie. ORC, Kev, Ordinance Review Committee report.
Yeah, so we met recently and we had 5 things on our agenda, and 4 of them are here tonight. The other one we're still working on. And so if there's any questions about that. All right. So the next one is discussion and action on second and final reading for approval of ordinance 2026-02, code enforcement officer, changing the title of the official from ordinance compliance officer to code enforcement officer. And we've already had first reading, and this would be final approval. Chris?
I move to approve ordinance 2026-02 as presented.
For second on the motion? Christian, discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? 6-0.
Okay, the next one is discussion and action regarding first reading of ordinance 2026-01 business district amending permitted uses.
Chris?
And
This is the first reading?
of this one, yes.
Okay.
I'm not seeing it.
This is the one that's had,
It's in the,
Packet?
I haven't seen it.
I emailed it to you.
They're all
It's all 4 of them.
this is the requirement that the restaurants in the business district be,
25.
and this was presented for first reading and referred to the planning commission.
Right.
They sent it back with a recommended change to what we had presented. And then we have,
that went back to ORC.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
The email?
So I do have one additional change. Actually, Chris reminded
Yesterday.
me of this.
The 10th?
So it would be 1312.02A2. Restaurant provided any such structure shall be at least 25 feet from a residence in any abutting lot in a residential district. And I've written, however, this requirement does not apply to restaurants in active use before 1st July 2026, provided that use as an active restaurant does not terminate at it.
So if it does terminate, then they would not be able to automatically receive the next person would not be able to automatically receive a new business license. Is that correct?
It would require a variance.
Right. It wouldn't be, yep. Okay. Is it not you, Joe?
Okay, so you just amended the motion, Kev?
No, I didn't. There's no motion based
Oh, but I mean, on,
Yes, there's a new.
Yeah. What we, when we took the recommendation of the planning commission, we realized that passing that there was still a long-term restaurant operating in this community that would not qualify.
Right.
And so Kevin's addition to the ordinance change is to make this requirement effective at second reading.
Okay. David,
I didn't get the email because I'm realizing my email did not update after Friday. So I had all the other stuff. I didn't get to read it. Sorry.
all right, is there a motion on the phone?
I move to approve. I gotta find it. I move to approve ordinance 2026-01 as amended, as presented and amended by the recorder.
For first read,
I'll second that.
right?
First read. So for first read.
First, yeah.
Thank you.
And Christian,
No,
second it. Discussion. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Yeah, I'm gonna oppose it because I didn't read it. but
Okay.
it's the first reading, right?
Get a second chance to read it.
Yeah.
The next one is, discussion and action on first reading of ordinance 2026-03, public use and conservation, creating the new public use and conservation zoning category and allowed uses.
You have the storage area, storage at 100% full window level. So it may not be.
This one was recommended to us by the Planning Commission as part of the discussion around the comprehensive plan. It basically refers to the green areas on our zoning map, which presently are not zoned at all. And it was a recommendation of WVU that we do make a third zoning category to include those lands, which presently I believe are all NPS. Did we find out that Woodpecker Woods then was not included in those, Zach? Is that correct?
Just to clarify, currently the 2 or 3 lots that are owned by Department of Natural Resources are yellow on the map. They're currently zoned residential.
Okay.
In a future date, we could choose to rezone those to be conservation. I think it's a low priority because there's no immediate intent to change land use.
Yeah.
But that's all natural preserve.
And so planning had recommended, and my computer is not responding to anything. If I can take a look here. Planning had recommended the name conservation district, and we suggested that we change that to public use and conservation district. And we would start with these green areas, which presently are what Zach just described, but it would also allow for future, for example, town parks, cemeteries to be moved into that zoning category. So that's the ordinance that you have before you.
And there's precedent set WVU on this type of zoning.
Yeah, it was their initial suggestion, with the idea that if property, the example was the National Park Service, if for some reason, the National Park Service divested itself of properties, then they would be automatically be in this zone, and we would be able to maintain their current use as RVs or something.
Understood.
And what it does really is give protection to those lands if there is a change of ownership to them.
Got it.
If I could, it also resolves a quick, small issue, which is the state law says you can't define a zone based on land owner. It can only be defined based on land use. So this is really, it's not changing anything. It's just defining the green zone based on land use of the current ownership. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Zach.
But it allows for future expansion as well.
In fact, the discussion about Woodpecker Woods, those lots would be candidates for, I guess, rezoning for this, or the 3 or 4 lots the town just accepted as a donation in the ravine between East and West Ridge Street could also be considered. And if any personal property owner who has a residential zone lot who would be interested, they could apply for the donut just like they would currently.
Yeah, would give extra protection to those lands. And we thought that Planning Commission may at some point want to consider the burial grounds, some other, certainly town parks, some other possibilities. So I would move, my glasses on. I would move that we approve ordinance 2026-03, public use and conservation, as presented for first reading.
Second on the motion. Second, Jesse, discussion. All those in favor? Go ahead.
Yeah, I like this idea a lot. I appreciate you guys doing the work on this in the Orange Review Committee also.
Other discussion.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? 6-0.
Okay, and the last one that we have is discussion and action on first reading for approval of ordinance 2026-04 signs pertaining to historic and solicitation signage.
And this came to ORC pretty much from the BZA. They had had a request on some signage at a historical property, and they realized that we really don't have any ordinances to address that issue. And so we had extensive
Discussion.
and we already, as you know, have historic markers and at least one monument in town land outside the national park areas. And those, for the most part, have added to the town. So we want to support those endeavors, but we also want to add some guidance to the council and the BZA. And so the result is the draft on signage that you all got. And it's a little bit more complicated than the others and may need some consideration, but I'd be glad to answer questions on it.
I have one. So I noticed that it has a 60-day removal period, which, but I did not see where it limited that 60 days to one 60-day period per year. Could they take the sign down after 60 days?
You're talking about that solicitation?
Yes. Is there a mechanism to prevent somebody from just putting the sign back up? Because that's exactly what I would do. You know, if especially if people put money in the box. You know, do they have to come back and request permission again, or is there a limit on? That's I did not see one.
Well,
That could be.
you want a hard copy to look at the hard copy?
Everything's frozen here for some reason.
Oh.
Yeah, that may be a good point, Jesse, and probably easily fixed.
Yeah, I mean, you could almost just put, removal after that one sentence that was changed that's been amended could almost accommodate the once per year, the twice per year, whatever we want to make the window.
Kevin, you see what he's looking at? It's in 131602K. Signs soliciting donations for a person, group, or cause, providing they are removed within 60 days of their placement and do not exceed 6 square feet. This is a little side issue that we came up with from the historical markers. We've had times in the past where someone had a fire and there were fundraisers for them, that kind of thing. Yeah, so we wanted to allow those things, but put some restrictions on them.
I know when we travel, we do a lot of history-focused travel, and this is a common thing you do see. So we're not treading new ground. My only concern was just controlling it so it wasn't abused.
Kevin, do you have a suggestion on language there that might address that issue?
Well, I have a suggestion on how to add it, but I don't know what time limit we would want to put in there.
You don't have one?
Like once a year or
Yeah,
something
it
like
might
that.
be something really important.
Well, do
I
they?
would say, providing their 60 days of their placement, comma, then whatever part we agree to here, comma, and do not exceed.
So, just for clarification, do they have to get the permit for the first sign, or can they just put that up?
So these are
Hmm.
This is a list of exempt signs.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
probably not.
Yeah, they wouldn't have to.
Okay.
Go through again.
So
So we could either have a provision requiring approval, which would negate the whole exempted thing, or we could define a time limit where they could have, the space, the waiting period was between signings, because if we made it 6 months, that would mean that, for a quarter of the year, they could have a give us money sign in front of their structure.
well, then maybe the 60 days is like, that is the exemption, and then the permit is, if you want to go beyond 60 days, you go to the town.
What if we said, provided they are standing for no more than 60 days within a 360-day period?
Who's going to count them?
Say it again.
Who's going to count them? If I put it up on Saturday, and nobody comes by, they would have a good idea.
So say it again, David, I'm sorry.
Is that the exemption is for 60 days, and if you want to go beyond 60 days, that's where you apply for a permit to go beyond that 60 days.
Well, let's see. It sounds more like a variance from the requirement, and I'm not sure we've set up the platform for it.
I would rather, it's probably easier just to piggyback on the permitting process you have now, but you probably have to adjust that form to just say, there's, to put a time limit on that sign still.
In the interest of time, should we send this back to?
Well, that's what I was thinking.
whoever-
I mean, if we approve it now and then at the second reading, we add these changes, then that's a substantive change and we would be able to approve it on a second anyway.
I'm just thinking if it was a simple thing, we could add it now and pass it.
I say we can.
Pass it on, yeah.
We can certainly take it back and hash it out a bit more. It won't happen for a while because we decided we're not going to meet within the next month. Or
Well, I think, I think it is worthy of some consideration because it's ripe for abuse,
Mhm.
All right, let's send it back.
Do we need a motion to do that, or you just?
Just
move on. Okay.
IRC, David, do you have anything to report?
Yeah, very briefly, we met at the end of April. We are looking over job descriptions, the personnel handbook, and the policies that kind of append the personnel handbook. So we'll have something in front of you guys. Storm's away, so it'll probably be, I don't know if it's gonna be the next meeting.
End of May.
Yeah, maybe end of May. We'll meet again. Couple things to think about as we're proceeding, like with the handbook. We had some thoughts on banking, sick leave. Do we want to consider? I want you guys to think about it because we're thinking about it at the same time. Banking of sick leave. So if someone's sick and other people have a lot of sick leave and they want to help them out, do we want to do that? We could put some provisions in there. And some of the banking of, we're going to talk about the banking of just the leave you have. So either sick leave or what's it called? PTO.
Yeah.
In there. Like, it seems high, maybe. So we might consider some changes there of what carries over from year to year.
Okay.
So those are just things to chew on yourself if you want to put in front of you. If not, I missed.
I think that was it.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, David. Unfinished discussion action regarding update on Columbia Street Gate beautification project. The only thing I can report is met with the project manager, presented her ideas. He has not got back to me, so there's not really substantive to report.
Do you feel confident that they're gonna
Yeah,
move?
By the way, they did, most people may not have noticed, but in Lower Town, down by the rail station on Potomac Street, they fixed that stone building, the one that had been burnt out. They put a roof on it and they put windows and doors in it, it's painted. Looks, I mean, it's not done inside, but they made it look very presentable. I'm not sure if they did it on their own heard Greg talk to him, but it's,
But it needed to be done. I'm glad it's done, you know.
yeah, but it's done.
No, they were nudged.
No.
All right. New business discussion and action. David, this yours regarding comments on the social capital survey and consideration of comments. David.
Yeah, we had the meeting that the population growth committee gave us, and they handed us a social capital survey, and they asked for some feedback on that. And when I walked away, I thought, okay, that's 7 different people giving them 7 different sets of comments. So I'm going to move that they all go to Greg, and Greg kind of vets, maybe gets help from town staff, and he gives them 1 set of comments. So they have to reconcile all of them. I think it's going to be a lot easier for them, because I know it's like to get lots of comments from different angles. So
Yeah, I had a few specific ones, and I'm comfortable with that for them. My general observation is that it's a very long survey, and if we can find 100 people to
yeah,
So
I mean, I think these are comments that you're going to give to Greg.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was going to say by Friday or by Sunday or something, or Monday. I don't know what you guys feel.
So if I think since you've asked, you know, specifically for this to happen, that we, you know, it shouldn't be this weekend. You know, let's make it the next weekend. You know, that way we have time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm good
Because,
with
you know,
that.
if we're going to send them all to Mayor Vaughn, we've got our time to put in and then his time to read them and decide what, you know, ought to go and what's duplicated or how they manage that.
Okay.
But I also like this because it reduces the opportunity for people to weight that group any more than necessary. You know.
So then, date-wise, I'll say today is the 11th, 18th,
The 25th of May.
22nd or something. End of the
Do we want
that's
to
a
ask
Friday.
him?
May 22nd. Does that sound?
Do we want to ask him if he wants to read all that? Or we just want to give it to him?
I asked him ahead of time.
I'm glad I do.
Jumping him on this.
Thank you, David.
You said yes. So
I did. That's fine.
So, okay, I'm going to move that we appoint the mayor and any designees he needs to help him collate comments as the final arbiter of the comments that we give, and that our comments be given to the mayor by close of business May 22nd, 2026.
Second from Jesse. Discussion. Those in favor of the motion? Opposed? Very sick there. Thanks, David. All right, discussion. Yeah, this next one. Discussion and action regarding disposition of town property currently located on private property outside town limits.
Can we do this in the open?
Yeah, I don't. Are we going to mention names?
We don't have to.
Try to keep it in the clear, and if not, we'll have to go in.
So it's about 6 years ago, the town initiated a stormwater management project that was later changed, but had already purchased infrastructure elements to support that initial plan. That one of those infrastructure elements is I just call it the device. It's a huge concrete thing with all these baffles in it, I guess, to slow water down. It was delivered by a specialty logistics company and dropped off a piece of private property outside of town. It has been there ever since. It has played home to some snakes one year. The butterflies like it. But the property owner has requested that the town remove it from their property. It is in front of a home that he is going to be selling. And it's not, it is cool, but it's not attractive. And
doghouse size.
yeah, it's a, you know, it's about the size of a car. The 3 general options are to call the specialty logistics company that brought it and talk to them about relocating it. We can pay a local, company to relocate it to, the Harpers Ferry Waterworks plant if they want a glorious new lawn ornament. We can, both of those options end up with it at either Harpers Ferry Waterworks plant or some other piece of town property, or we can have it reduced to rubble and disposed of. None of those options are free. Some are, much less than others. So do we want to talk?
I have a question.
Yes.
I thought about it before, that have we kind of offered this to other municipalities? It has to be in this county, it can't be far. I mean, maybe there's one that needs it. I hate to see it destroyed.
I know, right? That's not.
There might be, it's a long shot.
Didn't they have a big?
I mean, they pay and pick it up and take it.
I mean, I do like that idea, but we do have sort of a, what are we looking at a timeline for that? Because this is all being pushed along by the fact that he wants to put the house on the market.
It's huge.
It is huge, and the complications here are one, a company in Pennsylvania who brought it, they could make this all really easy because they have the piece of specialized equipment, but it's a big truck with a big crane on it to pick it up. To move it with the equipment that's available locally requires an excavator because of its weight to lift it up and put it on a truck, and then both it and the excavator have to be trucked back around all the way around Bakerton Road to get around the train tunnel underpass because they won't fit. And that is more than doubling the cost because you got to take the equipment off the trailer an extra time and all that. And the other option of, just destroying it. Can we talk about monies if there's no names? Do we want to talk about, because I have some dollar figures.
Go ahead.
Okay, so to destroy it and properly dispose of it is $1,500. To move it, with local resources is $4,500 to $5,000. And then we don't know about the third option, but it's presumably quite a lot because they're going to come from Pennsylvania.
Is the first option they're taking the debris with them, like that, or are we still dealing with?
No. They take the debris, they dispose of it. They cut it, and it's all made. That's made complicated by the fact it's reinforced concrete, so there's a metal mesh in there, so you can't just jackhammer it to pieces. You've got to cut it. I mean, it's a real thing. It's made to go in the street and be there for a century, so it does not want to be destroyed. So
in the street. Why isn't it where it's supposed to be?
The scope of the project changed and during COVID. It became the initial project was no longer feasible. So other choices were made, and this was from a project management perspective, they could have waited to buy this thing initially, but it's bought. So I have opinions on this. I don't like the waste. But the fact of the matter is we've got this thing to deal with, and this is just destroying it and having them take it away is the easiest and cleanest.
And there's really like next to zero chance that we would ever use it anywhere.
That's the thing. So to use this requires a huge project. It's kind of built around this thing. So I do not foresee a future where we have the resources to design a project to make use of this, which is what it would be. We would be better off designing a project based on the needs of the intended result, not the need to use this thing we already sunk money in.
So which way are you leaning with this albatross?
Let's just destroy it, have them take it away, and it's just a lesson learned in project management.
Not buying the property so that we can keep it there. You don't think that's a good idea?
what about a quick reach out to the, 4 other municipalities?
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe.
it's definitely worth doing. I mean, I certainly don't see a problem with that. However, I will need somebody to tell me what the thing is. I can't just call it, because I call it the device. And I can't, the Homeland Security people will be here really fast. With that. So, I need some kind of, if we have
That's the where.
an original invoice or anything like that that I can use to describe what the thing is. I certainly don't mind making those phone calls, which I hadn't even considered, Christian. That's a really good idea.
I mean,
But
why don't you stop by the office? We'll try to get you what that thing is called.
Right.
And, yeah.
Mm.
Right.
so so what do I tell,
The party.
yeah,
They give us a deadline?
no, it's more of a, hey, this thing's been here 6 years and I want to sell this house, please take it away. It's a very informal at this point, and it wasn't a threat, but he did bring up the fact that he hasn't charged rent or anything on it, and it's really time for it to go. So, we are not it's not a fire, and I don't think it will become one, but I think it's good citizenship to, clean up our mess.
I think.
Because he did ask.
Can't you tell them we're gonna try to get rid of it. If we don't find anybody in X days, we're gonna have somebody to get rid of it.
Because I'm asking because he's going to ask me.
Yeah. Well, I move that I'm going to give a motion that we reach out to local municipalities with photo and some description of this object device, and we give it 3 weeks. If there's no response, then we destroy the device.
Who's the we?
Not we, but we hire a company to destroy this device.
At a cost up to
$1,500. That's the longest motion. It's a
All
lot.
right. Is there a second on that? Second, David, discussion.
So you mentioned other municipalities in Jefferson County. What about the surrounding area?
Yeah.
Well, I'll call whoever. If you tell me what the thing is, I'll call. I'll want to sit down with a phone book, see who wants it. If you guys have a suggested list of people I should reach out to, I'm happy to do that.
Other discussion? All those in favor of the motion? 6-0. Jeez, we're all going to hang together, guys.
When I saw this on the
You
agenda,
can tell them we're working on it.
did you tell them that what I thought? When I saw this on the agenda, I thought we were going after the bell.
He said, "Are we going to go get the bell?"
We're going to get the bell.
But
Guarantee you that. All right, discussion action regarding disposition of federal property and offers for national executive session. Okay, so we've got that. Discussion action regarding FY24 distribution system phase 2 order leaders discussion going into executive session. Discussion action regarding water department staffing going into executive session. So, based upon the exceptions contained in West Virginia Code 698-4, I'm requesting we go into executive session to deal with employee issues under Section A and purchase, sale, and lease property under Section B9.
I so move.
Is there a second on the motion? Second from Christian. Discussion. All those in favor of the motion go into executive session. Opposed? Motion carries. The chair is authorizing the finance officer to be involved in this. We are in executive session at 9.
Public Works Director, Public Works Administrator.
And Steve, Public Works Administrator.
Live, yep.
I move to empower the town's water attorney to draft a lease to address the placement of the data control antenna.
At PATC.
Second from David. Discussion. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Chair, entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Second on the motion, second, David. All those in favor of the motion to adjourn, we are adjourned at